Okay, good evening.
You got.
Gonna keep that going.
Yeah. You gotta kill the microphone on the speaker.
Hey, good evening.
Try it.
Testing.
Should be.
Testing.
Still
Going.
Yeah.
What if I shut that
Try that
off?
one off. Yeah.
Unmute this.
Where's the microphone on this?
Over here.
Yeah, just
Is it? Go ahead. Hello?
try. Let's see.
Test. It works.
There you go.
All right.
So we muted your microphone on that.
Oh, okay. All right. So, again, by way of comparison. Okay now. So
All right.
we're
All right, back in
You
business.
guys gotta be here the next time we do this.
Yeah.
We'll zoom in.
Yeah.
Right.
I need the IT lesson, obviously. But, so, 500 for 3 openings, and now, we have 6 openings, and we're lucky if we get 30 applicants. So, it's just, it's difficult. And I had a Chiefs meeting today, and everybody has the same issue. So it's just not, it's not just us. So, I mean, we'll do the best we can to try to lure people into the profession. We had the Public Safety Day over the weekend, and National Night Out is coming up in August. So, doing things through the school. I have something next week with the Board of Education. So we'll be trying to get the message out there with the teachers.
How's the recruiting that you were just speaking of? You said before National Night Out, you just did
We had
something
the Public
recently.
Safety Day.
Public Safety
over
Day.
the weekend. And
How'd that go?
I was hoping for more folks. There wasn't a lot of people there. We get more people at National Night Out.
Okay.
So.
Well,
but,
what's the draw with the Public Safety Day?
Well,
or
we're
the
just
idea?
so people would have a good understanding of emergency services in the town. They did a mock traffic accident, so, police responding, fire, extrication, EMS, so,
Sir,
yeah, sir, yeah, I make sure I threw that in.
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah, so people have an understanding of, what we provide. So, Lifestar landed. So that was a big hit. The helicopter came in and landed at Mill Pond. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah.
It
So that was
was.
fun. So, yeah, oh my gosh.
Everybody went
It
across
was
the
just like a
street.
mess. Yeah.
Mhm.
No matter what they were doing, when they saw the helicopter, they just left.
Yeah. The draw right there.
Yeah. So that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They almost took our chimney with them.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So they spent a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were there for a while.
Mhm.
Yeah. So.
Do you go, is there any effort to go to the police academies and try to recruit, or is that would everybody be doing that? Is that not?
I mean, the police academy is where people have been hired that go for their training.
Oh.
So,
But are they already expecting to go to certain?
yeah, they're
towns?
already expecting it. So when you go to the police academy, you've already been hired by a town or a municipality. So, and there's a law that once you get hired, if you leave that department within 2 years,
Mhm.
then the department that hires you is on the hook for all your hiring and training costs. So we've taken a few people that have had under 2 years, so I've had to cut checks to those
wow.
other municipalities
To reimburse them.
to reimburse them. But, when you consider the
Long
cost
haul,
of that, and it's still worth it.
Yeah,
It's
you'd rather have the people than
Right.
spend a little money.
right, because, you're paying overtime. The troops are getting tired because of the work, so it becomes a officer safety issue, and officers aren't able to get time off and they're working. You need time to
Yeah.
decompress, to get away from work.
So Steve, is there any recruiting being done? I
We're-
mean, other than, like other people that do recruit? in the
Yeah, I
police
mean,
department?
we've done billboards, we've gone job fairs, colleges.
Is there any way we can partner up with a college program or something?
We tried that, but I have a couple friends that teach criminal justice.
Okay.
And, years ago, you'd have 30 people in the class. Now they're getting 9. So there's nobody going in, and then a
And
lot
then
of those.
there's only a couple, probably even.
Right, that even want to be
Right,
cops.
yeah.
Some want to be like probation officers or some sort of law enforcement support role. They don't want to be a police officer. So, even if you do partner with them, it's difficult because there's just not a lot of people that really want to be that street level police officer. It makes it hard.
I was going to ask too, I guess a couple things. So at the public safety event, how were how are you interacting with the crowd to be able to find
Excellent.
potential?
Yeah, and just, to go to show you the support, the officers who were there on their own time. They weren't
Mhm.
getting paid. That was volunteer time. So that was a day off, or they came in and worked and went to work or worked midnights and stayed on. So those officers that came that day were basically, it was volunteer.
I guess asking like, are they actively recruiting? Like,
Yeah,
oh, are you interested in,
yeah.
going into law enforcement?
Especially with the $2,500 finder's fee.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right.
They're
Should
all-
be extra motivated.
Handing out brochures and stuff as they do that.
I mean, we didn't hand out brochures. We made a couple contacts and we, followed up with them on emails and phone calls.
Mhm, mhm.
And
Okay,
one guy
cool.
was good. One gentleman, it's kind of like, call back. So, it's almost like you gotta be like a headhunter. You get a lead and then you gotta go for it,
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
But I mean, the recruits are in the driver's seat. I mean, I have a family member who is going to make an unbelievable cop. He's everything, education, sports, teammate, the team approach, smart kid, and he's going to get hired in a second. And I mean, I would love to hire him here, but I can't because of nepotism. I can't do it.
Oh.
But I mean,
Does he want to come here?
huh?
Does he want to come here?
He would come here, but he can't. As long as I'm here, he can't.
Oh.
Um, So, but
What about internships?
we started, we've done internships in the past, through Central.
Mhm.
But again, now it's the staffing becomes the issue. You just can't provide, that time. When we were fully staffed, we had people in support services. Jamie was very good, our community services officer, about doing the internships, but she's covering patrol.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's back.
Yeah, she's covering. So, it's just, what I told the council, when you get short staffed, you lose all the extras. It's all patrol based,
Right.
and that's, again, 3 sergeants short, a lieutenant short. I'm gonna soon to be I'll be a detective short.
Oh, dear.
So those are cases that are not gonna get followed up on.
Mhm.
I have one inside sergeant, that's it. He's a training sergeant who's basically running patrol. I don't have a sergeant in the bureau. I don't have an admin sergeant, with all that stuff that we need to do with the mandates.
What are you looking for like an admin sergeant? Are you looking for mostly people that are like street cops or?
Yeah, I have a sergeant, so we did promotions.
Uh-huh.
So once we start to get our officer levels to where they need to be, I'll start making promotions.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't
Move anybody up when you
move any and
have.
create another vacancy.
Okay, they're not outside hires
No,
unless they've
no.
already been doing it, technically.
No, so for promotion, you start off it has to be inside. So you start off
Right.
as a patrol officer,
Mm-hmm.
you can become a detective, or you can become a sergeant, and then you go up through the ranks that way. At the chief's level or deputy chief, then you look at people from the outside. But based on the union contract, it's all from within.
Oh, okay.
And you have to have a certain amount of years as a police officer before you're eligible to become a sergeant, a certain amount of time as a sergeant before you become eligible to take the lieutenant's test.
Mm-hmm. Is there a connection or pipeline with people from the military that have retired?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
military
finish their
is a good,
service or-
it's a good stepping stone to become a police officer. And it's funny because when I started back, in 1986, I came on during an era where a lot of the officers in the middle or towards the end, they were all Vietnam War vets.
Mm.
And they were all, they were in the military. A lot of them have been drafted. Some of them, were Vietnam War vets, and those are the guys you worked with. And, they weren't, some of them were college educated, but, that military, the fact that they were a vet, I mean.
Is a college education like preferred? Or is it
Yeah,
necessary?
it's not necessary.
Mhm.
I would say that the vast majority of the people that we hire now have a 4-year degree.
Oh, okay.
Some don't. But I've worked with officers that did not have a college degree and were great cops, which is because they knew how. I mean, they had the intelligence, they had the interpersonal skills, the decision making. They were very good at what they did. But most of the people that we hire now, and I think it's probably holds true through a lot of the other industries that 4 years of college is almost like it's the norm now. There's more people that are going to college. It's just that a lot of people. It's more people out there educated.
Is there any pipeline to the military from police
Well,
departments?
we were looking at we have a couple people in the National Guard and the Reserves going to their units. And because in Connecticut, if you're an MP
Mhm.
in the military, they'll take you as a lateral transfer.
Oh.
So we were looking at that,
Okay.
and we had reached out and really didn't get much of it, yeah. Because we're like, if we can get some MPs and a lateral transfer where they wouldn't have to go to the academy, they would have to do
Yeah.
a certain amount of classes, but they wouldn't have to actually go to the academy.
When you reach out, what is that process?
All we ask them for the interest, we show them the contract, basically overview of the department, what it has to offer.
Is
We
it
have one
like
of the
to a
better-
group or something?
What's that?
To a group or to individuals?
Well, individuals or if we can go for a group, we'll do that. We'll do anything at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Anything with like the university ROTC programs then?
No, nothing with ROTC.
Okay.
I think some of them are more the ROTC. They're kind of for the military, but that's reserved. But no, mostly through the reserves and the National Guard,
Mhm.
especially because I think there was a unit in Connecticut that is an MP unit. So we thought we would look at that because it would be a lateral.
It's just still like, it's out there, but it's nothing
Yeah.
come of it yet.
Yeah, it's just hard.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on it. It's tough.
Definitely like forces us to get real creative.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I said this, I think at some point you're gonna see some very big changes in policing. I think the only way is you're gonna see consolidation.
I didn't say against the community.
You're gonna
Come
see,
together.
you're gonna have to.
Regionalization.
You're gonna see it. That's the only way to survive. That's my personal opinion.
What are did you mention that to the council?
Yeah,
What
I
did
said
they
at
say?
some point, I think, 10, 15 years down the road, if the trend continues, that the only way you're gonna survive the officers in the field is to consolidate. Because there's no other way. It's just,
We had an incident in our driveway with what looked like somebody trying to get out our car. And I thought to myself, if I had to call a cop in Weathersfield,
yeah.
I would not be too pleased because your guys were there pretty
Yeah,
fast.
Well, what is it? It's under 2 minutes, right? 90 seconds or something?
I mean, yeah, you dial 911 in town.
Average.
You're 2.5 minutes, 3
2.5,
minutes.
yeah.
I mean, yeah. Don't forget, Newington's only 13.2 square miles.
Mhm.
I mean, granted, there's a lot of traffic out there. So on evening shift, I mean, they get busy. So, there's 7 cars and a sergeant. So there's 8 cars out there divvied up between 13.2 square miles. So you can get there pretty quick unless the whole shift is busy. And there are times where everybody's really busy.
Mhm.
So,
And how about at night? How many?
on midnights,
Cruisers are
there's 5 cars and a sergeant on midnights. Days, there's 5 cars and a sergeant, but Monday through Friday, you have everybody in the building. So if something major happens, the building empties out. Detectives, inside people, they just run out and they'll go and they'll offer assistance if needed. Well, all right. So activity. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. So burglaries, last year at this time, we had 49. This year so far, 23. So they're down. We put a big focus now on traffic enforcement. So we're stepping up our enforcement on speeding, DUIs, aggressive driving, red lights, with a big focus just on that. So last year at this time, and some of it was COVID, we had 890 stops. So far this year, we're up to 1,844. So we're up 1,000. So, but it's interesting, the attempted stops where officers try to stop the car and they take off. So last year at this time we had 22. This year we're already up to 47.
Cars that are taking.
They're just
off
take off. Yeah, they try to stop them and they just take off.
Because they know that you can't change.
Right. So
Right.
I
I
don't.
mean, it seems like it's in line with, like you had almost 900, it's 22 last year,
Yeah,
and then you
yeah.
double the number, it's
Yeah,
about
because
double, so.
there's more officers making stops.
Yeah.
There's more stops. Yeah.
It looks like percentage wise, it's about the same.
Yeah.
So
So
do they ever get caught?
sometimes they do, but I don't know if we purchased Star Chase. It's a GPS. I don't know if you saw it on the news. We just started taking delivery today, actually. Some of the stuff came in. So we'll start installing that in the cars.
I was gonna say, why are we up here? We should be checking out the
Yeah,
new
no,
merchandise.
Well, you know what? I think at some point, well, maybe we should do like a show and tell or something
Yeah.
out there. But yeah, so with Star Chase.
Have you the car you chase?
I was gonna volunteer Sean's.
So what it does,
You
it
guys
fires
are too
that.
eager.
Yeah, it fires it.
Different era, sorry,
Yeah.
that's why. Turnpike.
Oh, yeah. Fires a GPS marker, it sticks to the car, and we're able to map it, track it on a map. So we used grant monies for that purchase through OPM.
Yeah, that's great.
So we bought 5. I'll start off with 5. And then I heard somebody gave me some information that might be, so the COPS grants, that's the from the feds, they're really geared towards de-escalation and getting grant monies for de-escalation. So we're thinking, if you think about it, not chasing
That's
a car is de-escalation.
Sure.
Right.
So we're gonna see if we
Sure
can
it
try
is.
to get that money and purchase more units. We've gotten 5,
Mhm.
so.
What about the cameras then?
What's that?
What about the cameras in the town lines? Would that be considered part of that as well?
I don't know. It might be. We just got information from the Connecticut Mirror. They wanted the information on our cameras using COVID funds, because there's a number of departments out there that are doing that. So they're doing a story on it. I'm just not sure the spin that is.
They want
Yeah,
what information? They want to know like,
Yeah, what it's capable of.
oh, okay. Alright, gotcha.
The only thing that LPR is in carry, it doesn't give you any personal. I think there's a false narrative out
Big
there.
brother, yeah.
But it doesn't give you personal information. The only thing it gives you is a picture of the car and a license plate.
Mhm.
So I mean, if you have a suspect vehicle that fled and you're looking for that vehicle and you check the systems, that's what you're looking for.
Right.
If it's a white Audi, you're looking for a white Audi. And
Right.
then if you
And a
find
license
one, then you're looking, the marker plate,
Yeah.
the time, the location. So I think there's like a false near the big brother. is
Oh, there's
watching.
definitely on Facebook. when
But
it
you're,
goes out
but you're
there,
not, it's not providing
People are all
personal
over it.
information.
You
Sure.
know, the usual suspects are
Doesn't make
like,
noise.
you're tracking me and you're.
We're not
following-
not doing-
And,
yeah,
you
that's
can
not
tell them
true.
that, but you're not gonna convince them
No,
that,
that's
you know.
why,
You just give up talking. you know?
right, we have a policy here, and when
Yeah.
it comes to, you don't engage.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna win.
I give my statement and I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
done with it after that.
So
so,
Steve, why, just not to digress, but why wouldn't, if you stop a car for speeding
Mhm.
or drunk driving, why wouldn't you just automatically put something in front of their tires? So if they did speed away, it would.
yeah, but you gotta position yourself.
Yeah.
So our policy would, bingo, our policy with stop sticks and tire deflation devices, but the only time you can use them is when the pursuit is authorized. Because once you stick that car and the tires go, that person keeps going, the car is, you lost control. So now you own it. So if the car's tires go flat and they continue to drive at a reckless rate,
Smash into them.
right?
Car or something
And you,
else.
and you deflated the tires.
Mhm.
So,
Hmm.
as I say, if you can
can't get
chase
your
it,
keys from them.
you can stop stick it. If you can't chase it, don't stop stick it. 'Cause you can't. So the
Interesting.
policies intertwine,
Yeah,
and it's a liability issue.
yeah. And then just one other question about de-escalation. How do the police officers feel about that? And how do you feel about it? And for you, what constitutes de-escalating?
Well, I mean, that would be a situation of de-escalating, deadly force situation, retreating to a safe location if you're able to do that. I mean, how do you define? There's no.
Yeah, that's what I
it-
wondered.
it-
Depends on the situation.
Right. I mean, how do you define de-escalation? It's a word that's used often, but how do you measure it?
I
There's
don't-
no way to
I know
measure
there's
it.
money for it.
Right, there's interpersonal skills. I mean, you can try to talk somebody down, but there are times when de-escalation or any efforts that you put forward are not gonna work.
Right.
It's just, it's not. It's just you can try to talk people down, but some respond, some don't, but people think that you're able to de-escalate every situation, and you can't. There's people that just, but it's, I don't know how you define it, and certainly I don't know how you measure it,
I mean, I would imagine being able to go through steps of like, all right, I'm trying this, I'm trying this,
Yep.
I'm trying this, versus if I'm not trained in any kind of de-escalation,
Right,
I try one thing and then I just move on to
right.
whatever I need to do to
Right.
whatever.
But that's why,
Handle the
that's why
situation.
when you talk about use of force continuums, I'm not, because you can't, I mean, to give you an example, Peter Lavery, when he went down the cellar, there is no, I mean, walking down the cellar and he was, I mean, gone within seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, so you don't, I mean, that's why you can't start at the bottom. You may have to start at the top to something really serious, because it all depends upon the circumstances in the situation that you find yourself in. It's one thing if you got somebody who may be, have a mental health issue and is in crisis,
Mhm.
and you have time to approach the individual, listen, and engage in that person and try to calm them down. All right, that's one thing. But if you got somebody running at you with a knife or shooting at you right away, de-escalation is over. I mean, now it's self-preservation at that point.
Right. I'm thinking you would train your officers anyway in,
Yeah,
de-escalating
Yeah.
when they can, of course.
I mean,
What about the chokehold thing? How are your officers?
we don't
trained in
chain in chokeholds. I'll be honest with you. I've never was trained in the use of a chokehold, and I'm talking about the academy in 1986.
Mhm.
You're trained in takedowns.
Yeah.
But when you're watch a street fight, any street fight, and you watch people that are engaged in a street fight, the first thing they go for is a headlock. They try to get people in a headlock and get them onto the ground. And, that happens, so I'll be honest with you, I've never been trained in a chokehold, and I've been around since 1986.
Mhm.
So, but
Interesting.
yeah, we don't train officers in a chokehold. But again, I can't speak to other police departments.
Right.
I can only speak to,
But I would imagine your training has evolved over
Oh
the
my
years
gosh,
and,
yeah.
and
Oh,
now
yeah.
like with different requirements,
Yeah.
it has to evolve again.
Yep.
Right, so it's,
And there's more.
It's constantly
there's more
changing.
equipment. There's more.
oh, right, okay.
Tasers.
Tasers, it's other ways
Yeah,
to take it,
yeah.
de-escalating, we'll say.
Yeah. But I can tell you, what I'll do is I'll provide some stats. We don't use force a lot. It's rare. When you take into account all the arrests we do, all the incidents that we respond to, it's a fraction
Mhm.
of those that force is used. And most of it is just, the officers grabbing onto somebody,
Mhm.
it's just, but I think what I'll do at the next meeting, just remind me, I'll provide, all that data. That so you can actually see it, see what, the force that was used, the results. And the state is getting more, they have a new use of force report form now that we have to use, and it collects more data.
More auditing,
Yeah, so they can, data is good, providing
if you look at it.
Right, we've all taken statistics in college, and we know
Yeah.
how data can be manipulated.
Yeah.
The benchmark is always very, very important. But yeah, they're collecting more, so we'll see what it shows.
There's an old saying, it says 99% of the statistics are made up.
Yeah.
I always love that one.
Yep. So, but, yeah, so larcenies, they're down slightly. Last year we had 214. This year we have had 200, mostly a lot of the shopliftings.
Has it helped with like Stop and Shop? I know, I used to see the police there. I don't see them in there as much. I know Stop and Shop hires you guys.
No,
to
we're
do
doing
that.
a lot of, like hotspot policing where they're just parking out in front.
Okay.
As a deterrent.
Just to see it.
It's just all, yeah, so they
Yep.
see officers during their downtime, they have time, whether it's Stop and Shop, Walmart, Target, some of the areas that we frequently get, shoplifting
I
complaints.
saw,
It
I
just,
saw you guys at Stop and Shop and Fenn. for a
yeah,
long
just
time.
sit out
Inside,
there.
Standing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was a period that they hired,
Yeah.
but they don't hire. It was
Okay.
like, it was a short window.
Okay.
I was in Stop and Shop last week when the guy that was helping me find something heard something over the loudspeaker,
Yeah,
and he said, "Oh, that's a shoplifter. It happens all the time." He said, "We can't do anything. We let them go. When we see what they have, we say, leave that here, and that's it."
Well,
Like,
that's-
really?
That was all over the news with the
They
Home
can't do
Depots
anything.
Yeah.
and everything. I mean, people are just, employees are like helpless.
yeah, they are. And a lot of them,
Crazy.
yeah. So the car brakes are down. We had 180 last year. At this point, we're down to 130. We had 113 this year. I find interesting, warrants served 118 last year. This year, 213. So that's,
What gun permits?
gun permits are down compared
Yeah.
to,
Hmm.
101 so far this year. Last year at this time, 318.
Hmm.
I think,
Or we just
I think
saturated.
we're just saturated.
Yeah,
I think
I was gonna
everybody-
say.
yeah. I think everybody says a gun, so.
Did you have a chance, did you have a chance to get the stats on opioid?
No, I'm
overdoses?
gonna get those stats through the Central Health District. They
Right,
keep really
okay.
good stats on that.
Yeah, okay. We
Ann
need
Hartman
stats
over at
for
the
that.
Central Connecticut Health District has all that. So every year they put a report out. So I'll get that.
Okay.
I can get that from her.
Some guy across the street from you remember John? He's called the mayor of Goodale. Anyway, somebody hit his cousin's car. Was parked on the wrong side of the street
Yeah.
going north or east, and they at 2:30 in the morning. And I was walking the dog in the morning. I saw this debris all over the ground. So I don't think they ever found out who did it either. But
So I'll have to look.
yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Department activities, National Night Out's coming. It'll be the traditional. Bigger and better than the last one. So that's, get what's August.
Yeah, when is it?
Yeah, I gotta look.
I might have it on the
Yeah.
calendar.
I think you said August 4th last time. right?
No, August 2nd.
August
Tuesday.
2nd.
Yep. So we'll have the food. So that's presently being planned, so it'd be good to go with that.
I was gonna ask also from like your perspective, in your interactions with your officers, like what are some of like their major concerns or things that they feel like have been going well for them?
I think, I think the biggest concern is, some of that, language in the police accountability bill. I think those are the biggest concerns. I think one of the big concerns now is the new Inspector General's office investigating officers for in deadly force situations and other things. So I think, that's new. So there's a level of uneasiness with that. And I'll be honest with you, for myself too, I'm a little uneasy about, I thought that how it was designed previously worked well. So I'm the jury's still out on whether I not. I think it's a good thing until I see, a little bit more how they're going to work and how they're going to investigate and things of that nature.
They don't have a real plan, like, at this point, it's just, like, people are having theories of what it might be. There's
No,
nothing
they actually
specific.
they've appointed an inspector general. They have their investigators. So
But they haven't let you know, like, all right, this is the process. And
well,
this is-
we've asked for some written protocols, and
Mhm.
we haven't gotten any. A lot of it's, we're going to leave it up to you. Well, if you're going to manage,
They're gonna leave it up to you.
Yeah, if you're going to manage it, we want,
Yeah.
Yeah.
something specific.
so something a little more specific. So,
Yeah.
I'm a little uneasy, as a chief. So we'll have to wait and see how it pans out.
What's like the last iteration of something like this that you've had to go through, whether it was here,
An
Vernon?
investigation.
Not necessarily going through an investigation, but like a change in the rules where like you're
It
not
happens,
getting.
yeah, it happens now. It's yearly.
Mhm.
It's frequently, the body cams, in-car cameras, inspector general, qualified immunity, officers being drug tested every 3 years, part of their certification, mental health screenings. You say it's because it's officer wellness and it's for public safety. Then if you're going to do it for the police, then why not do it for the firemen? Why
Mhm.
not do it for the EMS people? They're under the same stress. If you're saying it's, wellness, stress,
Mhm.
I'm not here to throw jabs, but you just had a fire department here that had a serious drug problem.
Mhm.
How come they're not being tested?
Mhm.
Why is it just us? So, if I was a legislator, my question to the legislator, if you're gonna do it for the cops, you should be doing it for the firemen, you should be doing it for the EMS workers. If you're saying it's in the
Yeah.
interest of public safety.
Just first
Mhm.
responders in general.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you can't say one thing and do something that just focuses on the police. When you just focus on the police, it looks like you're,
There's another reason you
Like
don't
a
want to be a
problem or
policeman.
something.
right, there's a reason why. It's almost like, so that's my personal opinion.
Mhm.
So,
How much do the legislators take into account the police chief's opinions when they're
my personal opinion, very little.
hearing? Very little.
Very little. I've been up there a few times testifying. I've seen some exchanges with some of the legislators and some of the chiefs. I wouldn't say it's disrespectful, but I think they've made up their mind on certain things, and having, whether it be me or somebody else go up there, it's just going through the motions. That's my personal opinion. For some, not for all.
Do you talk with Gary Turco at all?
Occasionally.
Is that a helpful connection or no?
I give him my thoughts and but he's one person
Mhm,
in a very large group of legislators.
mhm.
And
It's so frustrating because I really feel like the people are behind the police, at least in Newington.
in Newington,
Yeah,
yeah,
and I think if the public knew about this tension and the lack of respect for the police positions,
right.
I think they'd be upset.
Yeah, I mean, there's little things that, I mean, there's a,
Well, how do you mean? Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry about that. How do you,
Yeah.
how do you mean? Because I feel like,
If they had a sense that the police chiefs weren't being listened to or weren't getting a fair hearing, and were somewhat closed-minded, I think I hear you saying.
yeah, but I think that's politics in general.
Well, I know, but
You know,
I'm
I
just saying,
think
I think
you're,
as a
you're
public
on
view-
one side or the other, and there's nothing in between.
Right.
I
which is
mean,
a
we can
huge
have
problem.
conversations about that all day.
Yeah.
The only way you're gonna solve problems is you gotta meet. And, you know, you listen
You
to
think
what
they're
people
not
have to
meeting
say.
you.
I mean, I think some are willing to listen and others not so much,
Mhm.
you know, and again, I think it's just indicative of what we're seeing politically. I mean, let's face it, there's been some pretty horrific things that have happened. And, you know, in the way of law enforcement, how things have happened over the years. You know, and it's good to have standards in training, and accountability systems. But I just think at times it's just, there's so much emphasis on the bad and not enough on the good.
Yeah.
And,
Paint everybody with one
and it's
brush.
putting officers at risk.
Yeah.
It's putting the public at risk. We have a gun epidemic right now where, I mean, hundreds of people are being killed, not just in the mass shootings, but in urban areas, suburban areas. It's happening all over the
Cities
country.
mhm.
And
Was it Chicago, right, whichever
Yeah.
one, it was like,
from
30
where I
weekend
sit,
or something
yeah,
like that, that's normal,
right.
Mhm.
you know.
I mean, you look back in the early 90s, 1992, I mean, there was like 30,000 people a year being murdered in this country. That's the size of Newington. That's crazy. And that's where we're going. We're going back.
Mhm.
We're going backwards, not forwards.
Yeah, I agree. In many ways.
So it's just how do you get to a place where, you know, people trust the police and the police are being effective. I mean, that's, you know, and I think for us, we got to do a better job of getting our message out there. And that's,
I don't know if you want to take time on this, because I don't know if it's part of your agenda, but I have an idea.
I tell you what, why don't we could talk, we'll table that
Okay.
and we'll bring it up at the next meeting. We can talk about it. Because I mean, there's a lot. I know one of the things that's on everybody's mind is the active shooter.
Right.
You know, in light of what happened in Texas and then up in Buffalo.
Mhm.
I almost said Baltimore. You know, just by way of that, I've been involved in two at the lottery in 1998. We had the lottery shooting on Alumni Road where 4 people were murdered, and Matt Beck took his own life. So I was one of the first officers on the scene, so much so I heard the gunshots. So I have my experiences from that. But that was before Columbine.
Hmm.
Active shooter wasn't even on the radar, wasn't even a definition. But I can tell you the day that happened, the way we responded, not being trained in active shooter, is the exact same way we would respond today. It was just the group that went up there that day was just focused on locating the shooter. And he had done a shooting inside and was now outside. By comparison, I was the tactical commander in charge of Harvard Distributors in Manchester when I was working up in Vernon. But again, that was as a commander. So 2 workplace violent shootings, but the dynamics of each one of those was different. You know, Beck had committed suicide, and Omar Thornton had barricaded himself in a room, unbeknownst to us at the time. It wasn't until he committed suicide that we realized that he was in one of the offices. So, you know, just to give you a quick overview.
So you're saying the training's the same as it was then now? Still?
Back in
like-
1990, there was no such
I
training
think
as
it's
active
the
shooter.
the response.
The
was
response
same.
was the same.
Yeah.
Right, but there
Like
was
from the
no.
public or by the police to
Police.
the, oh, okay.
I mean,
'Cause I'm like,
we
I'm trying to
were there,
imagine-
we were there on scene within 2.5 minutes. So you listen to the time the 911 call came in,
Mhm.
to the time that we got there, it was 2.5 minutes.
Right.
And that, I left from the building here. I was inside. I was literally standing in dispatch when the 911, I was a lieutenant when the 911 call came in.
Mhm.
And 3 of us jumped in my car
Mhm.
and went up there. So it was just from NPD, Willard, Cedar to Alumni, and we were there. That's how
Mhm.
quick. So, and then, and to be honest with you, there was another car in front of me that were 2 detectives. And then there was, a sergeant that I almost T-boned in the intersection at Maple Hill and Cedar. And then, so within 2.5 minutes, there was 7 cops
Mhm.
there in 2.5 minutes. So,
But I guess I was referring to more like now that you've arrived there.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea who the shooter actually is. I'm
well, it's funny,
assuming.
we knew because
Like,
he was an
they-
employee
Oh,
because
okay.
I mean, I still
Like, you would
remember the
recognize
description.
him?
Yeah,
Or- okay.
because he was wearing blue jeans and a brown leather jacket.
Okay.
And with and that's the information that was provided
Mhm.
to us. And that's all on the way there. The 3 of us just kept repeating the description to each other because we knew when we got there, they were going to people
Like
scattering.
scattering.
And as
Yeah.
you're pulling in, you're watching people scatter. You're trying to pick out the guy with the blue jeans and the
Right,
brown
who's-
leather jacket. And then the last thing that came over the radio was that he was at the front door reloading. So that's where I went. I went right to the front door because that's where the last communication was, that he was there reloading.
Mhm.
So we had the windows down because we were afraid we were going to get, if he was in the parking lot, we were going to get ambushed coming through.
Mhm.
And I had the windows down, and then we heard the gunshots going off down the street, and the car that was in front of me were 2 detectives that went down because they saw people running. So, as I pulled off, they kept going straight,
Mhm.
and then they actually found him after he just shot Mr. Brown. And then they screeched to a halt about, I don't know, 25 feet away. They were jumping out of their cars and they were putting their guns on him. He just turned and he shot and killed himself right in front of them.
Wow.
And then by comparison in HDI, so he got out and took his own life as opposed to HDI, where he was actually barricaded in the room.
But he was hiding.
He was
But
hiding,
you weren't
right.
aware
The
he was
shooting was
hiding.
done and the tactical team was in and we were
Oh,
looking
okay.
for
All
him.
right. They were
So
looking.
if
Okay.
I can let me just explain what the tactics are. So what we have, and again, if you go back to what happened, and I don't know exactly what happened in Texas.
Mhm.
I don't like armchair quarterbacking. If you want to give me the facts, give me the information. I don't like listen to things that come out of the media because you don't know what's factual and what's not.
Right.
But it almost sounds like the police officers did what they were supposed to do, and the person at the top stopped them.
Mhm.
It almost like they were at the door, they wanted to go in, and they were, for one reason or another, the chief, the guy at the top, or was ever in charge, said, we're gonna treat it as a barricade, you're not going in. Yeah,
Mhm.
and so it's not the fault of the police officers, it's the fault of the man with the stars who said, don't go in there.
Mhm.
And I think what had happened was the border patrol
Mhm.
showed up, and again, I don't like speculating or making assumptions. I think they were like, he's in there. We're federal agents. We're not bound by his directive. We're going in. And I think they went in it. And I mean, if you're an officer and your commander or chief of police is telling you, do not go in there, are you going to be insubordinate and go
Especially if
in?
someone else gets hurt.
Because I can tell you,
Right.
having been in some real serious critical incidents, the officers are out there day in and day out, pretty much with quite a bit of discretion, making their own decisions, doing things. But when things start going sideways, they are looking at you for guidance and decisions. It's like, what are we gonna do?
Mhm.
And as a supervisor, a chief or commander, you better know what you're doing and you better make the right decisions. Because, when they're out there day in and day out doing their routine things, and when things really start going bad, they are looking at you for guidance and decisions.
Mhm.
And they're not gonna do anything unless you tell them to do it. Because
Right.
the chips, it's bad. It's
Mhm.
bad. It's life and death. What are we gonna do? And you, as a supervisor, better know what you're doing, because if you don't, and somebody gets hurt or somebody dies, then in this day and age, it's tough.
Yeah.
So, what the general response is you respond, and the officers, the first arriving officers are gonna be called what you call a contact team. Those are the officers that are grouped into a team. It could be one officer. It could be two, it could be three, optimum is four, but it may not be. If you pull up, you form into a team, you're the contact team. Your job is to go to the gunfire. Your sole responsibility is go and engage the shooter
Mhm.
and stop the shooter from continuing to shoot. And those first few teams that get there are going to be the contact teams. Those are the teams that are going, and their specific job is to look for the shooter.
Mhm.
And at HDI, we had contact teams, and they were literally walking over deceased.
Yeah.
Because they're not there to
This
offer
was in
medical.
Manchester?
They're not there to offer medical attention. They're not there to rescue. Their job is to go to the gunfire.
Mhm.
If there is no gunfire, now you go into another mode where you have to check every room, every area of the building.
Mhm.
So there was training that was provided that during active shooter years ago, that you bypassed locked doors. Well, when you bypass a locked door, the gunman could be in that locked room.
Mhm.
Because your job is just to go, you're moving quick as possible through the building to find the shooter.
Mhm.
But if the shooter is in an locked office, you're not gonna find him
Mhm.
until the gun goes off and somebody goes, I just heard a gunshot in there. And
Mhm.
you breach the door and go in and you find them. So what we do here is, as a contact team, if you do not hear gunshots, your job is still to locate the shooter, and you have to check every room. So if you're moving down the hallway and that door is locked, you have to get in and check the room and mark the room clear.
Oh,
And then you move down to the next room. So as those contact teams are moving through the building, as you start getting additional support, additional officers, you're gonna form them into rescue teams. Rescue teams is just to go in and extract the wounded.
Mhm.
That's all their job is. They're coming in behind the contact teams, and their sole job is to get the wounded and get the injured and get them into an area that has been established that we call a warm zone.
Mhm.
So what a warm zone is an area close by that has been secured, and you're gonna bring tactical medics in, or medics or EMS personnel into this secure area where it's gonna be, those wounded are gonna be triaged and how they're gonna be transported to the hospital.
Mhm.
Or maybe they're not gonna be transported, maybe they're deceased.
Mhm.
So, if you ever hear the phrase contact teams are going right to the shooter. They are looking for the shooter.
Mhm.
The rescue teams are coming in after, and they're going right for, the wounded and extracting them and getting them out. So when you get, like, pick a school, it's a huge building.
Right.
So you need a lot of police officers.
Mhm.
So you're gonna see a lot of officers from different agencies coming in.
I was gonna say, do you pull from?
We have
different towns that
Yeah,
pull in?
we activate our blue plan.
Okay.
And it's a tiered approach of support. So we'll get officers from other, other departments.
Gotcha.
But what happens is, like anything else, is communication will break down. because we're not all on the same frequency.
Mm,
So you try to team officers up, so you have that communication. But, again, all the training, the policies and procedures, they could all be in place. Those practices can be, repeated through training. But if the guy at the top isn't on board, it's gonna break down. Could it turn into a barricade? Absolutely. It absolutely can. You could be chasing the shooter down the hallway, engaging him in a gun battle, and he goes into an office and barricades the office.
Mhm.
But you gotta know that's a barricade if there's nobody in there. But if there's wounded in there or hostages, that's not a barricade. So when they reference
okay.
in Texas that he's a barricade, he wasn't a barricade because you had people in there.
Okay.
Barricade to me is one person is the shooter, one person in a room who's barricaded himself in a room and there's no threat to others. Can
mhm.
you transition to a barricade? Absolutely. If you rescue hostages, I'll give you an example, the Shankman case, where he had kidnapped his wife in Hartford and held her hostage in South Windsor. Our team was there. I was a tactical commander in charge of that. And he was holding her hostage.
Mhm.
Well, she was able to escape. So it went from a hostage to a barricade because now he's in there by himself.
Okay.
That's a barricade. So, but when you have kids in a room, obviously there's been a gun battle. You've heard the shots. The kids are wounded. You got to get into the room.
And
He
they're
may
calling
not be-
911.
He may not be actively shooting, but there's wounded in there. You got to get in there. You have to get in there. And you got to have that mindset.
And
And
they
it
should have
doesn't
had a plan to
necessarily
get in.
have to be, it doesn't have to be a school or workplace. It could be somebody's house. I'll give you an example. We had a case in Vernon where it was a domestic situation. Husband and wife, husband armed with a shotgun, 2 kids in the house. The wife calls 911, says my husband is threatening me. So the dispatcher is talking to her on the phone, learns that there's 2 kids in the house. And during that conversation, he shoots and kills her while she's on the phone with the dispatcher. So we get there, myself and 5 others, we went in. One of the kids ran out the door, but there was another girl that was upstairs in the bedroom. So yet people are in there. It's an active shooter. We didn't hear the shots, but the dispatch did.
Mhm.
You got to get in there. So an active shooter doesn't necessarily have to be at a school or somebody's, it could be at somebody's home. You go to a domestic situation at somebody's house, and as you're walking up to the front door, you start hearing shots at the front door in the house. That is an active shooter. People think, active shooters, business, schools, that's an active shooter situation. You got to breach the door and go in. Somebody is shooting in there.
Mhm.
So it could be somebody's home.
And because in the Vernon case, because the dispatch heard the shots fired,
Right.
like
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah, he
even if
still
he
heard it.
wasn't shooting when they got
Right.
there,
Yeah.
it's active shooter,
You got to get in.
because we haven't, okay.
So,
Hmm.
so that's, and the training's pretty standardized. It's interesting because they were talking about, standardizing the training. It was like 10 years ago. I surveyed like 150 tactical officers throughout the state. And my question to them was, do you think that there should be mandatory standards in SWAT, for tactical teams, for training, for, responses? And, these are the tactical officers on the ground doing the most difficult job and really putting themselves at risk. And the overwhelming majority of those officers said, yes, they thought that standards were good. And, you know, I nothing's ever been done, but it's, you know, back then, 10 years ago, you got a bunch of officers that are tactical officers that are doing, you know, the difficult work. And I don't know if it would be the same, but back then they thought standards were a good idea. So you may
There
see
was
more
like, when you say standards, meaning like,
training.
like
you
to
know,
get consistent
yeah,
training for them?
yeah, you gotta
Were they
put-
just like
yeah.
tough dudes
Training
that?
has to be standardized, because especially when you start pulling people from different departments.
Hmm,
So, you know, if Newington officers go to Hartford for mutual aid.
that's
for-
two different
Right,
ways.
and if Hartford officer trained one way and Newington officer trained a different way, there's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be effective.
Right.
So my thing is you gotta have some sort of standard training to make, you know, because you're gonna have officers from different departments. And, you know,
They
don't
have
get
at
me
least a
wrong.
couple set plays
Yeah,
that they all
everybody's out there
know.
trying to make money, especially all the special forces, Navy SEALs. They're all getting out of the military and offering all this training.
Yeah,
That's, you know, that's all well and good, but it's gotta be applicable to civilian law enforcement, but it's also gotta be practical. And, you know, if Newington PD hires somebody to do training this way, and all these departments hire, you know, somebody else to do training that way,
Hmm.
again, it's a disconnect. You gotta be on the same page or it's not gonna work.
So who would establish the basic training?
Well, you'd have to go through POST, which is the Police Officer Standard and Training Council. You know, so they set training for recruits, recertification, so they could certainly do it. They need to
Is
do
that
it.
a hired position or elected position?
They're appointed by the governor.
Oh, they're appointed by the governor. Okay, they're typically other chiefs.
There's some chief representation, but a lot of it
What
is
does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training
Training.
Council.
Steve, does any of that include trauma training?
Well, we have trauma kits for
You know, what
the
I'm thinking-
officers, trauma kits for civilians. We have quick clot, we have,
No, are you thinking of physical trauma? I'm thinking of emotional trauma.
yeah, there's, I just put a policy together about mandatory debriefing for situations like that. We have peer support teams, EAP. So there's a whole host of services that are provided now that, you know, back in my day that weren't provided.
Right.
So there's more focus on officer wellness now than there's ever been. So there's a lot of systems that are in place for the officers.
I guess what I'm thinking is, as these officers are going in and seeing in what Uvalde was that the name of the town in
Yeah.
Texas?
Hmm.
In that case, seeing children,
Children, right.
horrible situations.
Yep.
It's kind of hard for me to believe that a female officer is not gonna stop and help a child, even though she's supposed to be doing something else. I'm just wondering, you know, how much, you said before, if you had Vietnam vets, right, they're used to seeing trauma, pretty horrible
Well,
situations.
yeah, I don't think you ever get used to seeing it.
But
I think,
operating, doing
yeah.
your job in life.
Yeah,
right?
it's cumulative. Over the years, you can only pack so much of that before it starts having
And
a
I-
lasting
yeah,
or overwhelming effect. And,
Right. But
you
I
know, there
just-
may be people that, you know, I'm sure there's gonna be officers that responded to that terrible incident
Mhm.
that, you know, it may be career ending for them.
Hmm.
You know, it's just, you know, it's a 2-2-3 round on a child. It's gotta be pretty horrific.
I guess what I'm thinking is, and it sounds kind of cruel, I guess, how to harden them before anything happens so that they're ready, prepared.
Well,
to do
yeah,
it.
I mean, there's coping, you want positive coping
Mm.
mechanisms, I always had a lot of extracurricular activities outside of the department. I worked out, I ran, I played golf, you know, so you gotta have other things that take you away from the job. So You just gotta have, they talk about that, that's all part of the training. But, yeah, it's just, over time, you're not, put it this way, you are not the same person leaving this job than you were when you entered. That's a fact.
Mhm.
You see things, you experience things. I mean, if you talk to any police officers, family, family members that knew them starting the job and then at the end of the career, they will tell you that they are not the same. That's a fact. You're just not. It has its effect on you one way or another. Some able to cope with it. My situation is I've had enough things that I've had the support and my activities as my stress relief. So it's you do the best you can, and it's a very, but nobody's right. But no, I mean, there's things that you'll remember for the rest of your life. I mean, that's just and
Yeah, I
even as a
mean, like
civilian,
everything you just said.
as a civilian, you may witness something that you'll never forget. There's officers that witness things that you're never going to forget them. They're always going to be there. So, any question? For equipment. So, obviously we have rifles in all our cars. Because more and more we're going up against police officers are going up against AR-15. So we are equipped with that. We have 2 rifle rated shields. Those are the shields.
Mhm.
So just so you know, a 223 round will go right through a bulletproof vest. It's going through. It's not going to stop it.
What is a 223 round?
It's from the AR-15. It's a high velocity round.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it will not be stopped by the vest that the officers wear out on duty. It's going right through it.
Do they sell those like everywhere? Are they like, is that something
You
you
can
can
go
go to Hoffman's and pick
and
those up?
buy a 223 for AR-15, and that's going to penetrate the police officer's vest. We have shields though that will stop that round. They're expensive. They're heavy. So we have 2. I'm looking at getting a 3rd. And then we have plates where it would stop. So you have your vest, but you have a plate carrier. So in a situation like that, you would throw the plate carrier. It's just a plate that would stop that 223. One shot. It's not going to take repeated. It will break up.
And the shields are expensive.
Yeah.
So where are they? Like, are you on patrol cars or
We have
or do you have them here? Like how?
we have one in the sergeant's car and one in the ERT, and then we're going to get another one that we're going to put in another patrol.
So they're always out.
Yeah, they're
during-
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah.
I guess my.
Yeah,
point
it doesn't
was,
do any good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but I didn't know where they
But
were.
they're not cheap. They're expensive. But we have 2.
And I'm throwing it out there because maybe I'm just crazy. Does it make sense for it like to throw it in the school budget and get one at every school? Or does that not make sense?
Better off just giving it to us. And just,
Yeah.
'cause
Just
it
putting
may not
it
be
out
at a
there?
school. It could, yeah. I mean, it
Well,
could,
your active shooter can be anywhere. I
it
get
could be
that.
anywhere. Yeah. And
Yeah.
there's more and more of those weapons out there. It's funny when I was a young officer, I was always worried about a shotgun. I was like,
Yeah.
you went up against a shotgun. That was like, now
you're like, whatever.
I would, I'll go up
Take
against a
shotgun.
shotgun any day over an AR-15.
Yeah.
I mean,
Distance and everything. Yeah.
Are those the bullets for an AR-15, or that's a special bullet?
Yeah, they're 223 rounds or high velocity rounds.
So the other rounds that could go into an AR-15 bulletproof.
Is that the
vest.
only bullet that goes
Like-
in AR-15?
Yes, that's
yeah,
what I
the
thought.
223.
That's
yeah.
the only one for
Yeah,
an
for that, like
AR-15.
an AR-15.
Okay.
But there's 308. I mean, there's a whole variety of different. But when you talk about an AR-15, you're typically talking about a 223 high velocity round.
Right, because like my thought too was like, is the conversation that something like that bullet should be banned versus, I mean, like.
Like, what's the practical use of that bullet?
Right, shooting through like a
Let's just say
T-Rex
that,
or something
yeah,
like that,
right.
like,
It's
I mean, like,
yeah.
what kind of
it's-
animal am I
it's-
killing?
We banned high capacity, well, and grandfathered people who had it, I believe,
Right.
right? But the bullet itself, listen, I know there's Second Amendment people out there and everything, but what's the purpose of that
Right.
bullet?
Yep. Yep.
You're not hunting with it,
Right.
you know, I
Hunting
guess
people.
protection, people say,
I mean,
but
against
is it gonna, I don't know.
Terminators, like, what do you?
I don't know.
I heard somebody on television after the shooting, it said anybody that wants to buy an A-15 or AR-15, should see what that does to a fifth grader.
So were you contacted by our schools at all after for anything like in security or
We
anything
just-
like that, or?
We just did a tabletop at the high school
Yeah,
about 2 months ago.
Hmm.
It wasn't an active shooter, but the protocols that were discussed and put in place
Yeah.
would apply. I have a meeting next week. I put an active shooter tabletop presentation for the VA hospital. They reached out to me.
Oh.
So I have that done. And I have a meeting next week with their chief, their emergency director, and their major to do a tabletop with the VA police. Probably sometime in the fall.
I think it was, because you know, I live right by the high school, and I want to say it was just this year that I saw more ballards around the schools.
Yeah.
That was just this year, right?
Yeah,
Like where
yeah.
cars could
Yeah.
possibly drive up to
Yeah,
entrances
the
and
schools
stuff.
are, I gotta tell you, the
Was that you
schools,
guys or was that the school?
that's
that
the
did that?
schools,
Okay.
yeah, it's the schools are, yeah.
Okay.
You know.
I know some are planters, but they're huge. They're
Yeah,
like,
they have their plans.
like that big.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
fobs to get in,
okay.
you know,
Yeah.
we have keys, we have fobs. So the school's security plan is very, very good.
Yeah.
So the officers, when they do the lockdown drills, our officers go to the lockdown drills and just walk around. And it's, if you ever been to one, it's like the school is closed. And I don't care if it's the high school or one of the elementary schools. I went to one of the elementary schools and it was like a Saturday morning. You didn't hear a peep and the lights were off, the doors were locked, and it was quiet. It was
We
like,
haven't done
it
it
would be
where-
like walking down the hallway on Saturday morning.
We haven't done one at work in years,
Yeah.
but we have done them, and the
Yeah.
police will walk around with balloons
Yeah.
and pop like if there's an active shooter, and then
Yeah.
you know it's literally like lights off. You push your
Yeah.
table up against the door, and
Yeah.
I'm lucky I have a vault, so
Yeah.
I just go into the vault and lock it. you
Yeah.
know, but
That's a good place to go.
Yeah.
It's impressive. The elementary school kids,
Oh,
they're able to get them.
I
that
was surprised how
quiet.
quiet, yeah. And
It's
you can
amazing,
peek,
but
you
it's
can,
sad.
you know, cause
It
some of
is
the doors have
incredibly
the, you peek in there, you can't see them, you can't see them, you can't hear
Mhm.
We went from Cold War to that, Cold War drills.
Yeah.
To that.
them.
We used to take pillows to keep the
Yeah.
nuclear.
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
out.
No one did
Cold
the
War
death.
drills to
Those
that.
are like-
Yeah.
Body worn camera update.
Coming up.
Yeah, the mandate starts July 1st, although I've been told that they've extended it. That's what I was told. I don't know how.
I haven't seen anything, but I don't know.
So I can tell you that we signed our agreement with WatchGuard in November of 2021. We told the body cams were gonna be here in May. They never showed. We told they were gonna be here beginning of June. They ain't gonna be here. So we are not, if it's a July 1st mandate, we are not gonna we will miss the mandate. So we are now looking at other options.
Hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
Wait a
Because
minute,
8 months
they
ago.
took the money and never returned the
No,
product?
they didn't take the money.
Oh,
They're
okay.
saying that they're having a serious supply.
A supply
chain.
chain
Oh,
issue,
because-
okay.
Like just Connecticut or just like, are they a nationwide?
I talked to somebody.
Because suddenly
at
everyone
the
needs
st-
it
I
for July
talked to somebody
1st,
at
or-
the state and they were saying that they had heard that they other agencies were having issues with WatchGuard.
Like we're going with Exxon?
Well, we're looking at other options, but we're not gonna be able to meet the July
Yeah,
1st
we're
mandate.
desperately trying to make July 1st.
Yeah.
Capital.
But if you have what, there's no way.
Yeah, I don't think.
Because we signed the agreement 8 months ago.
Wow.
And so,
What do you gotta do for that? Like, do you gotta start a whole contract thing all over again? Like, is that gonna take?
we're looking at other options. and
Okay.
This one, I don't wanna,
I'll let it
too
go.
much out. The company that we were looking at said they can get us up and running 4 to 6 weeks. So
Good.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm like, that's pretty good. And we signed a contract back in November. And
Yeah.
we haven't got anything yet.
Yeah.
So, accreditation. So one of the legislative mandates that just came out, they wanted CALIA accreditation, but now they're allowing us to do state accreditation. So I don't know if you know anything about accreditation. Basically, it's a group that oversees your policies and your practices to make sure that they are meeting industry standards. CALIA is the national. They were in the beginning, they wanted all departments in Connecticut to be CALIA. They backed off on that now through the state. Our policies and procedures we look at them yearly, really go over them every 5 years. So we've added a number of policies. So, I don't think it's going to be a big deal for us, to be honest with you. Just because, we have over 120 policies. They've all been updated, reviewed. Some of them have been added. We've added new ones. So,
Do they come in and go through your files? and
yeah, you have to
check
provide
all
them
that stuff?
documentation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tedious.
And you know what? It's not so much getting it, it's keeping it, because now you got to show the proofs.
Mhm.
So, I give you as an example, it's in accreditation. We're not accredited. We do biannual checks of our evidence room. Anytime a new person takes over, we do a complete audit. So that's within industry. We're not accredited, but that's what you have to do with accreditation, but we do it anyways.
Mhm.
Because there's drugs, there's money, there's firearms. So, we do audits in there frequently to make sure everything's accounted for. And that would be like an example for accreditation. That would be one of the standards. Now you got to show the proof that you actually did the audit.
Yeah, even at the Capitol, they ask us to certify that Capitol Police use their passwords. I mean, they go
Yeah.
crazy over stuff. Like I had to sign off and say, yes, they have to have the ability to change their passwords. They change
Yeah.
their passwords.
Yep.
All that stuff.
So, yeah. I'll do a plug for the senior center. Senior Center in Newington just got accredited. Yeah. So kudos to
Good for them.
our town staff across Cedar Street.
I'm
Senior
looking
Center
up,
is now accredited. And there's very few, my understanding, there's very few senior centers that are accredited. Newington is one of them, so good for them. Talk a little, I don't know, you probably heard about the risk protection orders and firearm seizures, because it's going in part and parcel what's going on. When family members now, if you have a family member and you're concerned about them having access to firearms, you can petition the court to have those have an order put in place to have those firearms removed.
What about a neighbor with an AK-47 or AR-47?
No, I'll give you the language. So for risk protection order, it has to be a family member, person who is 18 years or older, current spouse, parent or step parent, child or stepchild, sibling, step sibling, grandparent, grandchild, mother or father-in-law, son or daughter-in-law, brother or sister-in-law. So a family member, one of those persons can petition the court.
Can
A
adopt them.
household member,
Can adopt them.
a medical professional, all right, so a person, physician, clinical social worker,
Oh, then I could. do
psychologist. So if you have any information that involves, I'll give you the
Was
verb.
there restraining orders too? Like if
It's
someone had-
it's
If
it's a
someone had
risk
restraining order
protection
on them,
order.
that
Yep.
You could do it, right?
Yep.
I remember,
Yep.
I remember
Yep.
reading that one.
So the application and accompanying affidavit shall be made under oath. So you as a family member, if you're concerned about, a relative or a family member, you can go to the court under oath. The factual basis for the applicant's belief that such person poses a risk of imminent personal injury to himself or herself or to another person. So you have to show facts that would indicate that that person is a danger. And that the person holds a permit or currently possesses one or more firearms or deadly weapons or ammunition, and where they're located. So you basically have to establish the fact that that person is a danger to themselves or others.
Mhm.
And it's a factual basis, not a hunch. So you have to show, and then that risk order will go into place. The firearms will be seized, and then there'll be an investigation.
So to show that they're a harm to themselves or
Right,
other people.
right.
So something has to
Right.
transpire in
Exactly.
advance of that.
Yep,
Okay.
exactly. So that's new, and that kind of goes along with what we've been talking about, what's
How
happening.
do you get that information out to the public? You put it in the newspaper or, I mean, it's.
They should watch these.
Yeah,
What's
Do
that?
They should watch these.
yeah,
I mean,
You
you've
know-
done a great job in trying to get more people to get involved
Right.
in this, reach out. I mean, I know
Yeah.
when you first started this, you said it was like every week and you went every month. And then
Yeah.
bi-month, and
yeah,
The effort's there, it's just that,
right. I mean, people got to take the initiative.
right.
Right.
That's the thing. So, you try to get the information out there.
And
So
Jamie
people
doesn't have
have
enough time anymore to be out in the
No.
community.
Yeah.
It's like a domino effect, it seems
Yeah.
like, of what happens.
I mean,
We
we
can't
did-
get people, so
We
she
did a
can't be
couple
out in the community.
forums.
Yeah.
The first forum that we did when I first got here was well attended. And then we did a second one, and there wasn't a lot of people here, so it's just like, what's the point?
Right.
So then we tried this, and
Well, how can you like leverage like this group to help with maybe some of those things? Because like looking at something like that to get the information out,
Yeah.
like you can
you
tweet it
you
or
tell your
put it on
friends, your
Facebook.
contacts. But I think we're gonna need, she's moving out of town. So I think we need to try to find some more people to keep this thing going, because it kind of fizzled.
Hmm.
Then it got some traction. I don't want it to fizzle again.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Was there anything we should be putting in like the town crier or the river reminder or anything?
Well, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
a lot of people read the.
That's why, yeah.
yeah.
And you always have a little something.
Yeah. Maybe.
Selective edition, or whatever,
Or-
it
or
doesn't have
you-
to be everything,
Or you
too
do
much
a,
is
you
too
do a
much
police
sometimes.
department update.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Where
yeah.
you take this
right,
and you put something out there.
yeah.
But the idea is to invite people to come to these meetings, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, but that's, again, that's
Catchy
that's
headline.
town government in general. You go to the town council meeting, the board of ed meetings, there's not.
It's the same people
Hmm.
that go.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know, I think people are interested.
Yeah.
I've been
Right,
there a
nice
few
getting
times.
them out
too.
there.
It's like
When it's
everywhere
something I'm
though.
interested in, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
So, let's see, is there anything?
But I know you said social is not your thing, like social media.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever happened with the Facebook page?
It got yanked.
And you guys didn't do a new one?
No.
I thought Jamie had one guy.
She has hers, Officer Jamie D.
Yeah,
The
she's
Newington
got,
Police
yeah,
guy
she does.
was-
She has her own Facebook
Yeah, but
page.
it's
Yeah.
been quite a while, right?
Yeah, but the Newington Police Department one was taken down by Facebook.
Right.
Why?
Well, she would have to have.
It was considered a, what they call it, a black account?
So
Gray
face-
account.
Gray account.
Yeah.
I knew it was a color. I couldn't remember what it was.
Great.
Yeah,
Think of
it
the
was
room.
basically
Oh, yeah.
created under a different email, I think, originally.
Yeah.
And then things change and now
Yeah.
they see multiple emails being used for the same account. And maybe Jamie
Yeah.
created it and then she created her own. So they consider it almost like a fake account.
Oh.
So they flagged it and then they closed it down like a month and a half.
Yeah.
something like that.
So in our, when I was in our first studio in Vernon, we had, I didn't really want my own Facebook account, so I just created one for the studio. And then like eventually, this is like
Yeah.
years later,
Yeah.
Facebook caught on to it and they're like, you need to have your own personal account. And then you could have a page off of that account. So now, like somebody else took it over, but they have my account and then the school page. So I think that's probably
And everything I
what they
looked at,
want
there
you
was
to
no
do.
way to get off the gray list. Like it was, like, when I looked at it, like you tried to track it back, there was no way for Facebook to say, okay, it's a legit page. Like they just said,
Oh, yeah, they just shut it
once you're
down
there, you're
because it's
there, you're
not,
done.
yeah,
It was weird. but-
yeah. But does Jamie do it off of her, was she doing it
has
off
her
of
own,
her
like,
own
she has her
personal?
own, yeah.
She has her own personal,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
pictures of her
Yes,
dog
also
and her
GBD.
like regular life?
Yeah.
Not so much, more PDs.
Yeah,
Oh, it
more-
is still
yeah.
PD
It's more
related.
PD stuff, yeah, she'll
Yeah.
jump on the Newington Facebook groups and she'll provide some information.
All right, Paul, you gotta help me
Cause
here.
she can make
What are
a
you trying to do?
page off of that,
And I'm
so.
trying to let somebody talk.
Oh, so, what's that?
Oh,
No. Did you close the meeting? I think you did. How do you start your meeting? Yeah, you don't have the. Do you have the info to start again?
It makes you feel better. I start every day with a Zoom meeting
You sign in.
with
Really?
50 programmers. We still have 6 that don't know anything ourselves.
You have the info? Oh, I never got an invite.
I have it right here.
Good.
Is that what you do? You
Yeah.
program?
Is that
What's that?
is
Yeah,
the
They
gym
might-
or
The thing is, if you close the meeting, they might have gotten,
Knocked
I'll
off.
boot
they
it
probably
off?
got knocked out because you're the host. There's no one hosting it.
Exciting is happening right now.
What's that?
Oh, I forgot there was a screen.
Looks like there's
Great.
a camera there too. Watching you the whole time, watching you take your notes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm here for.
This town saying, I can't do that, chief.
Yeah, it looks like it. Because there's Zoom.
So never let me run a meeting again. It was only one person, it was Gail uptown. I'll call her tomorrow, I apologize.
Yeah, it's my phone still, sorry.
That's all right. Does anybody have any questions about anything?
Yeah, well, not that you can give up too information, what was with the assault with the cell phone on Main Street,
False,
right?
made up,
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
that was, that took some traction on Facebook for a little bit, and then someone posted some pictures of the assault victim, and then said, if anyone has Ring doorbells in the area, I think they were legitimately looking for help. The person who posted it at first, because they took a lot of heat, and then I was looking at it going, I think this person was actually duped by whoever reported it, because I actually said, go to maybe there's cameras at like, the car driving school across the street or any of those businesses, but then someone came along, I think.
I was at
Council meeting?
I
that
was
you
at a
said it?
council, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a town council meeting.
Did somebody posted that it was false? Or-
Yeah, they heard you say at the town council meeting.
Yeah, it was made up. Got everybody all
Oh,
upset.
there was a lot of uproar online.
I heard,
Yeah.
and, I was like,
So what happened exactly?
it was,
Or didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
yeah, so the kid was trying to allege that he was robbed of his cell phone. It was beat up by 2 people, and that's not what happened. It was a transaction that went sideways.
Oh, okay.
A drug transaction.
And he made the whole thing up.
So on Facebook, there was a friend of the mother and shared a picture of the kid in the hospital bed with like a cut on his head. And said, if this happened to my friend's son, I'm gonna make it up,
Oh.
Sunday night at 8 o'clock.
It could happen
If
to
anyone in
your-
the area and the
okay.
surrounding streets has Ring doorbells or video cameras or whatever, if you can contact the police, take a look somewhere around X and X time. And then I actually responded, I said, well, I think they said it happened on Main Street. I said, why don't you look at the cameras that are possibly at the businesses across the street? And then a little while later that he was at a town council meeting, probably a week, I don't even know. something
Yeah,
like
I had
that.
to go to the town council meeting for staffing.
And
They
someone
had,
commented, you
somebody
said it.
commented, I was like, wait, yeah, I'm gonna put this right in the book
Yeah,
right
so
now.
someone commented on Facebook right away, but the problem is, that comment's 200 deep.
Yeah,
Up top is, by the way, Newington's turned into a violent community.
Yeah.
Like
really?
the first 199,
Yeah.
oh my God, look what's happening in Newington, this didn't happen 20 years ago.
Oh, I got a
things
phone
have changed.
call from a friend in
Well,
Hartford. What's happening out in Newington?
Yeah, see, exactly, so
Right down
it
the
turns
street.
into that, and then the 200th comment, by the way, is it didn't happen, but the post stays there, that's the thing, it's like,
yeah,
so I'll try and say to someone, you should take the post down, because no one reads 200 deep to see that it was
Yeah.
faked.
So you
Right.
think it admitted
You
it
know.
was that you
This was
made
on,
it up?
what's happening?
No, I'm not
saying,
in that
but
one, I couldn't.
it
think
was
that
clearly,
one. Newington Strong and Newington News,
Newington, okay.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
so that's been put to bed, so.
Yeah.
I think whether they sign a warrant for false complaint, it's up to the court.
I saw you
Oh, wow.
vetoed another bill, it was police related. Oh, it didn't, it was like they were selling one town to buying from Farmington. an
Oh,
armored
yeah,
vehicle,
the mine resistant
And then,
vehicle.
what ours is,
Let me tell you
we're still,
something.
that's grandfathered in, right, ours?
We have it, my predecessor got it, and if I
Yeah.
had my way, I
You'd
would
get-
have it.
Yeah.
But we have it, and it was like $100,000 spent into this thing.
Yeah,
And I'm like, you park that thing, you don't bring that thing out unless we absolutely
yeah, I think you
have
told me you
to.
did it on 7-Eleven once, the guy like walked out as soon as
Yeah,
he saw
yeah.
it.
Then they had public safety day, and they're like, should we bring the MREP or should we get the Bearcat from West Hartford? I'm like, you can get the Bearcat, we're not
Yeah.
taking that thing out.
I think the other part of it was dashboard cameras. But it was on like water and other things,
Yeah,
so that got vetoed as well.
yeah, because the way the law reads is police vehicles. And
Yeah.
it's like, what's defined as a police vehicle? The motorcycles.
And that's what I was gonna ask you, like, so that was, sorry, what I was trying to figure out is it just cars or like, I don't know what we
They
have
want
beyond
patrol vehicles,
cars.
like we have cameras in our patrol vehicles.
Do we have
that
anything
are-
besides that?
What's that?
Like, do we have anything besides the vehicles and like your?
My car, my
stuff
admin
like
cars,
that?
and that was the thing, they clarified it, even though it's a police vehicle, it's not a patrol vehicle. So
Okay,
admin vehicles don't have to have
that
cameras.
was my
I
question.
have to wear a body camera, but my vehicle doesn't have to have an in-car camera. But
Okay.
you will be seeing me with a body camera.
Mm.
Because the law is specific that a law enforcement officer, any law enforcement officer, working
Right.
in their capacity has to have a body cam. So I will be wearing a body cam.
Oh, when you're out on the streets.
Yeah, as soon as I walk, as soon as I leave my
When
house.
you get
put my
dressed in the
uniform-
morning, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I
Yeah.
put my uniform on, my body camera will be on with it.
No, you
Okay.
just sit down at breakfast with your kids. and everything.
Yeah, it won't be on.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah.
Is it-
Well, thinking in terms of like, if you're sitting down with another officer, having a conversation that really,
That's not recorded.
When does it go
Okay.
on? Draw gun, something, or?
Yeah, so, like,
Do they go on automatically?
You turn the
right?
you turn the siren on,
Yeah.
you pull the rifle out, it gets activated.
Holster.
No,
No.
there, with this company that we're looking at, if you activate your taser, it will go on. It's linked to your taser.
Mhm.
So the siren goes on.
You turn the lights on, it activates.
When does it turn off then? You have
You
to
have to
actively
manually
turn it
turn
off?
it off.
Gotcha, okay. So
Yeah,
that
you
makes
manually
sense.
turn it on.
That
Turn it
makes
off.
sense. Gotcha, okay.
But you gotta be careful too, because I'll give you an example. When I was in Vernon, we had a really bad stabbing. It was nasty. And we had a couple body cams that we were trying. We were looking at going to body cams. And the officers were there, and I'll never forget, one of the officers was standing guard at the door, guard the crime scene. She's looking at me. And I'm looking at her, I can see her face. And she's like, I got the body cam going. I'm just standing here, and So I just like, Michelle, shut your body camera off. So she shut it off. So now it's myself, it's the DD lieutenant, it's the chief, and the state's attorney, and we're talking strategy.
Right.
You know, how we're gonna secure the, you know, get the search warrants, and, you know, who is gonna be interviewed and who is doing the interview and the whole bit. So we're putting everything out there. Well, as we're talking about all this, one of the officers is standing like where you are, with his body cam going, recording the whole thing.
So is it all?
So the state's, yeah, so the state's
It
attorney
is.
is like looking, he's like, is that body cam on? And I look, goes, your camera on? And he goes, yeah. So the state's attorney's like, shut it off, because we're talking strategy. And, you know, it's just,
None of it's governed by any type of protection from FOI, like what you
no,
say?
what you would, well, I mean, there's certain things.
Well, obviously, someone throws a social security number or something, but like.
Yeah, but like,
secretaries and-
yeah, domestic violence victims,
Yeah.
there's certain things that you have to
All that
redact, but
stuff.
you gotta have redacting software. So I can tell you the prices that we're getting
Yeah,
for
sure.
the body cams, and then we gotta update our in-car cameras. Because they're about 7 years now. We're looking at about $500,000. That's a lot of money. A lot of money.
And how often?
Well,
To refresh it.
5 years.
Do you do them all at once or do you like staged? Does it-
Well,
is it better or-
yeah, every 3 years or so, you probably gotta get a new camera.
Yeah.
But the system itself will. But the cameras that we have in now from WatchGuard, and that was one of the reasons I went to WatchGuard, because it was to be holistic. But I didn't know it was gonna turn into this nightmare with them. So those cameras are 7 years, they've been, yeah, since I got here, it'll be
Yeah.
7 years in July. So we gotta work at replacing those. So not this budget, next budget, I gotta do a CFD request for, I don't know, $300,000 for cameras.
Where does that information go that's being recorded?
Goes into a cloud server for access,
And who has it?
courts, us, attorneys. So
Your higher
like,
ups?
if you're at your house and you see the police at your neighbor's house, there's nothing to prevent you from coming to the police department the next day and saying, you're at my neighbor's house. This is an FOI request. I want all the body cam footage from when you were at my neighbor's house last night. We have to provide that to you.
Oh, like, oh, really? Oh, wow.
It's a
Wow.
public record.
He's just an observer?
It's a
Yeah.
public record.
Really?
I do it all the time.
It's a public
Yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, the legislature, we get them all. the
It's a,
time.
it's,
Oh, I
it's a
thought
public
you-
record.
Saying it's like a
So
hobby.
we have to
do this
review
all the
it.
time.
If there's things that
Really?
we have to redact, we'll redact,
Yeah.
but we have to provide them the video.
Huh.
So I have a quick question, and again, you may not want to answer this. Just curious what was happening on Robbins Avenue a couple days ago. Lots of cop cars out there.
What time?
No, a friend of mine was wondering. She
Was it
saw,
another crash?
she didn't see the crash.
Couldn't have been too
Oh, it was a
serious.
big,
I would have known.
okay.
We had this thing, it's last story that we go. So one of the guys on Midnights last week, he's driving, you know where Stan Road is in Newington, off in Britain
It's
Avenue?
off the grip.
So we've been getting hit with catalytic converters down there. So this guy, I gotta hand it to him. So he's checking that area constantly. He's going down there with his lights off. He's just sneaking down there in the cruiser with his lights off. So he's sneaking down Stan Road and he catches some shadows at A1 Chrome, which is one of the businesses there. So he looks over and now he sees him running to the car. So he pulls in. So there's a car here, and then the bad guy car is right here. So he pulls in, and as he's pulling in, they're running to the car, and they had a big floor jack. And they're
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to throw the floor jack in the back of the car. So I told him, I said, you got more restraint than me, because I would have popped them and tried to get the airbags to go off and disable the car. Because you got a push bumper on the cruiser. you
Yeah.
know? But he was afraid. He didn't want. He was afraid
Liability.
He was afraid he was getting. He was
Yeah.
afraid he was going to get in trouble.
Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
So he just pulls up. The idiot. I don't know how nobody got killed. He puts it in reverse and backs up. But when he backs up, the right rear passenger door is open.
It's open.
Rips the door
Hits the
off
other car.
rips the door off the car. And then the car pulls off and takes off. So he goes after it. You know, he makes his like half-ass effort, you know, he turns the lights on, turns the sun, the car keeps going. He just shuts
And
it
then that's
off,
it,
get
yeah.
out. And there's the car driving down the road with the door going. It was comical. I was watching the video. One of the guys, I gotta watch this video. And I'm watching it and I'm like, oh my God.
What's the new law on catalytic converters?
Oh, well, it's almost like,
Is it gonna help?
yeah,
Yeah?
a certain, a little bit.
A little bit?
They'll just go underground. That's all. They'll go underground.
So the people buying it are
Yeah,
still gonna
yeah,
be buying
yeah,
it?
and they'll ship it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or, you know, even like these pawn shops now, a lot of that stuff, you know, people steal things, they're selling it out in the street. They're not even going to the pawn shop. Now, it'll help a little bit. You know, but you gotta start, you know, you gotta start holding people accountable.
Yeah.
What is the new rule?
You gotta
The junkyards, the salvage yards have
take
to,
ID,
yeah.
serial numbers.
Oh, like
okay.
everything gets recorded.
Yeah, and then we can expect the records.
Yeah.
Oh, is this a new thing? Cause I went
I
into
think it was
Hartford to the
effective-
junkyard
Yeah.
there and I had to do all
Yeah,
that.
It was
new
either-
law, yeah.
Okay.
It was effective
Alright, that's why
immediately
they
or on
were
July
asking
1,
for
or I don't know,
It's immediate.
it was
yeah.
probably immediate, yeah.
Yeah.
So it probably went into effect like in the last month.
Yeah.
You know,
or
we
so.
Oh, really? Okay.
We
This
had,
is a while ago, so.
some people coming into our driveway late at night.
Yeah.
They didn't know we were out in the back putting the dog out. And that looked to me like a setup for several nights. It wasn't just two people in the car.
Yeah.
There must have been three people in the parking lot next door watching, figuring out our timing and everything.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
amazing.
people are out there. I mean, they're
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah,
You gotta be on guard.
I didn't know it was so many people on
Yeah.
one job.
So,
I have a positive though. One of your officers, I can't remember his name, but I left both my garage doors open.
oh, you found it?
Well, no, he pulled up and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. The doorbell rings. I jump up out of bed. I look outside. I see the police car. I'm like, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah,
I fly down the steps.
there.
He's like, slow down, slow down.
Same thing
Yeah.
happened to me.
Yeah.
It was
Both
like
the
2 in the
doors.
morning.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. I'm like, what's up? And he goes, do you know your garage is open? I'm like, no, I didn't know. And I had left it open. Like I looked at my
Yeah.
alarm and
Yeah.
I go, yep. Pulled
Yeah,
in and thought I was gonna do like the garbage or something, left it open. It was 2 in the morning and he did a quick walkthrough.
Yeah.
It was,
Wow, that's a nice officer.
Dan Grady?
no,
think
Wayne's
that was-
brother,
Oh, Corvo. D.
Corvo.
D.
Corvo.
Yeah.
He looks exactly like him.
Yeah.
So I know
Yeah.
Wayne, that's why.
Yeah.
And he did a walkthrough, make sure everything was
Yeah.
actually still there. And I was shocked everything was still there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, oh my God, it's 2:30 in the morning and everything, I left my door open for 6-7 hours.
Yeah.
I'm like, it actually was still there.
Yeah.
Shockingly, you know.
I'm paranoid.
Bye-bye.
Before I go.
Now I open the door all the time. I
Goodbye,
look
I open
in
the
the
garage
garage.
door, stick my head in.
I
I
do it
look to
all.
make sure both garage doors are closed. Then I go in the kitchen, I grab my keys to my cruiser and I hit the,
And you
you have
again,
to make
just
sure
see
it's
it.
locked every night,
Yeah.
every night. Well,
I do the same thing
Yeah.
now, all the time.
so.
terrible with that.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you
Yeah, yeah.
get busy,
Like-
yeah.
Well, you got kids, you get stuff, I mean, you
Yeah.
get dressed, like I said, I
Oh,
thought I put the
yeah.
garbage out, I wanted to put like one more bag of garbage out, got wrapped up in something and went to bed, and also, like you said, like 2 in the morning, you look outside, there's a cop in your driveway, you're like, oh my God. First thing that pops in my head, something happened to one of my kids or
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
you know, like, holy crap, you know, and they're like, oh, no.
My wife's
just
just
a garage,
she
like,
leaves the
thank God.
doors up, back door unlocked. Is.
Yeah.
Well, it's just.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, that's the world I want to live in, where it's,
Yeah.
you
yeah,
can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't think
actually-
anybody wants my old junk, so.
Yeah, well, I'll give you them props too, because I just called my mother on, well, it's a week ago, Monday, I called 911, because she was on the floor and she couldn't get up.
Hmm.
And now I'm putting in a lockbox on the
Oh,
doorknob
yeah.
for the
smart.
police, because
Yeah.
it was early in the morning, it was like
Yeah.
4 in the morning, I had to wake up her neighbor, by
Oh,
the
they
time I
get
would
the
get
gate,
there.
Yeah,
So they could go and get it, and then, I don't remember what officer
but
was.
they
He's
could
like,
flag it, they could, in the CAD,
yeah,
they could flag.
they
it.
ask all the time, so
Yeah,
that,
they could put, respond, key code is.
and that was new for, because
Yeah,
they said it and I didn't even realize what he was talking about. And then when I got there and I'm talking to the officer, he said, well, you might want to think about getting a lockbox.
Yeah,
Never even thought of that. So now I
Yeah.
bought it. I'm gonna give it to her this weekend,
that's perfect.
attach it to the front door and put
Yeah.
a key in there and then
Yeah.
give you guys the code if you ever
Yeah,
have to go
and they'll,
again.
they'll flag it in the CAD system.
Okay,
Way we're
so-
out there, they'll just tell the officers, not on the radio, on the laptop.
Right, yeah,
Because people, everybody listens.
yeah.
Yeah. you know.
So, I mean, just stuff like that. I mean, she's
Yeah.
86 years old now,
Yeah.
so, and she's,
That's like my mom. My mom's 84. She doesn't have an alarm. I'm like, "Ma, you gotta get an alarm." I don't need an alarm.
yeah, she won't do the alarm. I got her the wrist one and then now, actually she went through the senior center and they gave her one for free. I mean,
Oh,
this senior
yeah.
center is amazing.
Oh, this
And,
one-
and they got her one for free, so she carries it around her neck.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
waterproof and, they hooked her up
There
for
ain't many
free.
senior centers better than this place over here.
What's that?
There isn't any.
No, they're
This
great.
is
They help her with
really-
her taxes. They do everything
Yeah.
over there. I
Wow.
mean, it's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing
They have
resource.
social workers.
That's probably
like
underutilized
Medicare, you got
immensely
issues with
by
Medicare.
Really?
Yeah, they help her do her taxes. They
Yeah.
get her the tax
Yeah.
breaks. They do, they just got her helping with, even the oil bill,
Yeah.
lowering that. I mean, they know their stuff over there.
Yeah.
But,
Absolutely.
but
do.
but the officer told me is to get some, what, $30. I'm like, well spent, you know?
Yeah.
5 stars on Amazon, 50,000 reviews. I'm like, I'll put in a code, put a key in there and.
Yep.
So props to them, you guys again. Just something simple, but will make my life
Yeah.
a lot easier if I'm
Yeah.
away and I can't get
Well,
there.
that's
My
like
neighbors
me,
are
like,
asleep.
If I go to the Cape, and my
Exactly.
sister, my sister lives in Fallsville. My mother lives like a mile and a half from me.
Yeah.
But if I'm out of state, up at the Cape, and my sister's in
Yeah.
Fallsville, and she's an hour and 15 minutes away. And my,
Yeah, I'm 5 miles away, but
Yeah.
if I go to
But I got,
the
you
Cape
know.
or whatever, so it's great.
she's home by herself.
Yeah. So that was good to know. I never would have thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
All right, thank
Thanks.
you all for coming. Thank you for coming.
Nice to meet you.
So I rode down from Maine today, so my,
Oh, you did?
yeah.
Should be
Just so I could
standing
get-
for the whole meeting.
No, I could have, but
Hold
then
on.
I wouldn't have been able to sit down after.
Town clerk James, I said, I'm gonna have to start
Okay.
going to the town council meetings, so I can just sit there and run
How you
this stuff, so I
Good,
get
man.
used to it.
Yeah. What's that?
I'll sit next to
It's
James.
good.
and
Yeah,
he can,
very
like-
good.
He can like get me
Okay.
through it.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through on that
This
hustle
thing I didn't
thing.
even do.
I have
I
no idea what
know.
I'm
Well,
doing.
and like,
Two
I
other-
lost her
Two other
information,
towns do
and I'm like, I don't know how to get
Committee
hold of
council?
them. So,
No.
it's just like calling
It's like the
every
efforts
school to
that
find out.
you go
Today,
through.
I was like,
You know
where's
what, we
Marina?
try. Well, no, I think it's great. Obviously, we like it, you know, and we
Yeah.
try and tell people, and there was, we had the protests in our town, and there was all big uproar from what, 2 meetings, and then
Yeah, that lost
it went
track.
up a shitter, you know?
And, that's when it started getting.
Well, you said that's
Trash
when
things
the
don't
trend
care.
of, negativity started really then.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
no, thank you very much. Looking good, man.
Yeah.
How's everything been back in the
Yeah.
office? They just, home office?
I mean, I tell my daughters the same thing, even just in sports, I'm like,
Oh, really?
she's like, I never get that pass back, I make up the run, I go, keep making the run, eventually you get the pass.
Yeah.
I said, eventually it'll be right,
Right.
and someone will recognize it.
Yeah.
I said, the right person will recognize it, so
Yeah.
you can't stop doing the right thing.
Right.
You know, so I mean, doing all the right things, I think we all, the whole department. is.
Well, yeah, people need to know, especially now, you gotta know what's going on. Where'd you go? We're going that way.